Camera's on, that's good. Call to order the Berlin Township Regular Trustee Meeting for May 11th, 2026. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please call roll.
Trustee Rail?
Here.
Trustee Bullard? Trustee Sutton?
Here.
Thank you. That takes us to public comment. If anyone wishes to make public comment, please proceed to the lectern, state your name, address for the record, and all public comment will be provided 4 minutes in total to share. Now, saying, is there any public comment this evening? Okay, closing public comment, we come to the meeting minutes. Move to approve the April 13th regular meeting minutes and May 4th special meeting minutes and dispense with the reading.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Sutton. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Thank you. And we have item number 6 is the fire department recognition of Berlin High School students. That will take place at 6 p.m. tonight. Yes. So we look forward to welcoming and congratulating those students at that time. With that said, we do have one visitor this evening, followed by another visitor this evening. So why don't we start with Doug Riedel from the Delaware County Engineer's Office.
Thank you, trustees. Appreciate your time. One thing on the agenda I had is the city of Delaware has approached our office. If you're not aware, there's Kroger Marketplace being constructed right now on Glen Road, just east of Glen Road at 3637. And part of their required improvements is to widen Glen Road, but also construct a roundabout at the intersection of Glen Road, Mill Run Crossing, and the other road is Northern Farms. So that work is scheduled for early June, and the city approached our office to discuss a detour route for that project. Realistically, Curve Road going east from Glen to Lackey Old State is a proposed detour. We've had some discussions with the city engineer's office and also Ron and Trustee Bullard regarding that, and we've come up with some stipulations with the city that they've agreed to make sure that any damage to the road during closure is repaired, both Curve Road and Lackey Old State. We've also provided or requested that when they've concurred to put up portable message boards 7 days in advance of the detour, notify traffic there is a detour. We've also asked them to put some road closed signs on Sweeney Road as well as Rollison to keep traffic off those roads that normally would not use those in a typical day. So I'm here to really address any questions from the board about that and just kind of discuss it.
Thank you. And is there any action that you'd like the board to take this evening?
Actually, yes. If the board is agreeable to it, I would just ask if there's approval for the use of Curve Road as a detour during the project closure.
One question I have with Glen Road south of the roundabout, how far will the road be improved?
The way Don, I can get plans for you to show you that. What they've provided to us is probably just the limits of the roundabout based on what they've shown us. So, we all know it's showing its age. That road is certainly.
Right.
So, I think if there's a discussion to do anything, further paving to Glen Road, that's certainly a conversation we can bring up on behalf of the township to the city, because obviously there's shared maintenance there. And unfortunately, the road tracks is the worst part, and getting the railroad to repair their work is, needless to say, difficult.
Yeah, there's a section of that between the railroad tracks and up to the roundabout that's in very poor condition.
Yeah. And part of that, unfortunately, is within, I know going south, Don, that there's a portion there that's in the railroad right away that we've asked them to do something, and unfortunately getting them to do something is,
The railroad.
getting the railroad to do something is very, very difficult. Almost impossible, I think, is probably the word I would use.
It just makes sense to repair that section while that road is closed versus reopening with all the traffic that's gonna go there and then still have that section in that condition and have to close it at some point in the future.
Well, it's certainly something I can bring up to the city. You know, this is a development-driven project, so I'm not sure how much, if any, tax dollars in the city is going to it, but we can bring it up to an ask, certainly. Yeah.
And you spoke to Trustee Bullard about this situation?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think historically some of the challenges we've had with road closures, at least from our residents' perspective, is that we haven't been informed by the city about their closures that impact our residents significantly. So I really appreciate the 7 days notice in advance. And I also think routing through Curve Road makes a lot more sense than trying to take down through Sweeney or Rollison or those other big, I have a lot of concerns about Sweeney Road. Well, we can't really take that traffic on that road, so. Okay, move to approve the use of Curve Road for the purposes of Glen Road improvement, and on the condition of 7 days notice for any closure, in addition to the county engineer making the recommendation that Glen Road south of the roundabout be explored for potential improvements near the railroad.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard, or Trustee Sutton, sorry. Discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes. The other question that I had was about the Cheshire Africa roundabout. I've gotten some questions from residents about that and the timeline. It seems that maybe that was delayed recently, or is that still on track for the next year or so?
We're optimistically hoping we can do construction of that next year. I think the last time I was here was last April's meeting. Fortunately, we haven't had any contact, to my knowledge, with the Corps yet about acquiring right away that we need from them. So
the Corps' lack of communication of the use of the public road right away is the problem.
We need to acquire some additional right away and easement from them for the one corner, and we haven't had any response yet from the Army Corps yet to move forward with acquiring that right away.
Yeah, and you guys initiated this like a year ago now? Or 6 months ago?
At least a year and a half ago.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what
trying to think how many days it's been. It's approaching 2 years.
Okay, well, thank you for that update. Did you have other updates for us?
I don't know.
Okay. All right.
Thanks.
Appreciate you taking the time to come here.
Sure.
Okay, that brings us next to Traybell Energy Aggregation.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
Thanks so much for having me. There you go.
Thank
I'll
you.
leave one of these here for Trustee Board as well. Yeah, you already have it picked out. Fantastic. Just in case. Thank you. Well, thanks again for having me. 2 items that I wanted to talk about. One is an update for the electric aggregation program. No action from the board needed. This is informational only, just to show performance of what happened for the past year, what we're looking at for program year 2. And then also discussed natural gas aggregation program, to which action by the board is needed. I'll start with electric. Actually, I'll start with program success, right? Across both programs for the past year, just over $500,000 in savings. That's cumulative over the entirety of the community. 2,359 participants right now, and an average of $200 in savings, annual savings per participant. So that's fantastic. The program has been performing very well against utility price to compare. So all great news all around. That's really what these programs are in place for, right? Is for savings for residents. The electric market, not a unfamiliar topic to probably many of you. We've seen a lot of volatility, and a lot of that is being driven by a significant amount of load growth that's coming into this part of the country, so specific to Central Ohio, but also throughout the 13-state grid that Ohio is a part of. That's largely being driven by data center development, but also general electrification efforts that are happening and incentivizing more domestic manufacturing, right? So those are, generally good initiatives, but they require a lot of power. I know there's mixed emotions on data center development specifically, and right now it is a challenge. It has gotten attention of the federal government, right? So several months ago, there was a bill that was put in place by data center development committing to saying, the everyday user of electricity is not going to have to foot the bill for our development, right? So there is that commitment. How that's actually working in practice has not quite caught up yet. So utilities are working with these developers to put in place very specific tariffs and term commitments to say, we'll give you this rate, you have to stay here for 20 to 30 years, and that's going to help offset this cost to residents to pay for your development. The grid operator is trying to make some changes as well, but it just hasn't caught up yet. We think probably 3 to 5 years before that really is well aligned. We also are anticipating seeing more efficiency with that development. I like to use the analogy that a computer used to take up a room and now we'll have one in our pocket, right? The data centers will become more efficient, but we're just not there yet. So I don't think this is a forever problem, but for, like I said, the next 3 to 5 years, it's a challenge. And so the energy markets have reflected that. On the demand or the supply side of it, we are not seeing enough generation be built quickly enough. So we have all of this new growth that's happening. The amount of power plants we have right now is just enough to keep up with what we have right now, right? So we're very, very constrained in that. And when you have that tight supply-demand match, you see a lot more volatility in things like weather. Right now, there's seasonal outages for power plants that, after running a lot throughout the winter, they have to take them offline and maintenance them and make sure they can perform, right before we're getting into the summer season. So you see a lot of volatility in that. So really, the gist of it here is we're going to see a lot more of those spikes and dips coming for the next 3 to 5 years. What we did last year is put a 3-year program in place that secured the actual component of the energy itself, right? Because we said, hey, this is going to be more extreme, more fluctuations. We see a general increase in market pricing happening because this supply-demand constraint. So let's take a longer-term position on the actual energy and make sure that remains for 3 years. And we've done that, and that still exists. That took effect last June. That portion is not changing for the electric program. The secondary cost component is called capacity, and that really is a cost that exists for generators to make enough power, to make the promise to say, we're going to generate enough power when it's 100 degrees outside in July, and everyone has their air conditioning on, so there's not brownouts and blackouts. Those costs have also gone up materially, as again, a reflection of this supply-demand mismatch, saying, we'll still make you that promise, but it's going to cost a lot more because now we have to do a lot more, the same amount that we had, 2 years ago or 3 years ago or 5 years ago. So that is reflective in the program year 2 price, right? So program year 1 was at 9,199. Program year 2 will be at 9,998, but that underlying energy component has not changed at all. We expect the utility price to compare to be 10.2 for June, and then 10.7 for July onwards. So this will still be a savings against that utility price to compare. Then same thing for year 3. We'll add on that capacity component once it becomes known. We would expect it to be kind of similar to what we're looking at for program year 2, but we won't know that until we're closer to June of next year. So I will pause there for any questions on electric. I'm happy to get as technical or in the weeds as you want, but also want to be mindful of time.
Yeah, that's great.
I don't have any questions on electric. I do think that, especially in our area particularly, as you may be aware, lots of usage coming out of and promises made and abatements for data centers that disproportionately impact negatively townships. And if we don't address that, our residents are truly footing the bill on multiple ways for annex, abate, build. And that's gotta stop, so.
Yep, it's definitely challenging, and we're all familiar with it. And so, like I said, I think there's levers that are being pulled where they can now to try to help that with the electric component, at least, right, for the pricing.
Yeah.
But that's still a few years to come to see those
Yeah.
impacts.
Okay, moving on. Is there any questions?
All right, then for natural gas. Again, to give kind of a recap of where we were last year, hard to remember back a year, but we had a new presidential administration coming in with very different energy policy than what was in place before. We were looking at a utility pipeline increase, right, for a large pipeline that serves this part of the state. And we were also on this.
We need to stop the meeting. Is this locked?
Yes.
Okay, it has to be unlocked for all public meetings. Can you make sure to enter the code twice?
Yeah, we're doing
I don't
It's your code, pound, your code, pound. And then it will turn green. Amy, do you have an agenda? Oh, yes, okay. You got it. Is it green? Is it green?
It is.
Thank you. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, no worries at all. So as I was saying, this time last year we had a difference in energy policy. We had a pipeline increase that was pending. We also had the on again, on again of tariffs, right? And so all of that was same thing, kind of skewing the market. We're seeing a lot of volatility, and did not feel confident to say this is a good time to lock a natural gas price. Too elevated, too much going on. Didn't want to come here and say, hey, lock in for a year at a price that has a lot of premium in it. So instead, we decided to do a 2% discount to the utility rate to say, yes, we know there will be savings here. It's not going to be a ton of savings, but we know that there's going to be savings to be had instead of securing an inflated price for the next year. Since then, all of those things have gotten settled, right? So that pipeline rate case has been settled. We're at a fairly settled point with tariffs. Natural gas in the US has actually been fairly shielded from what's going on in Iran right now. The European markets, Asian markets have definitely been impacted. But for the US, we've been relatively shielded. And a lot of that is because we're at our maximum export capacity for liquefied natural gas at the moment. But we expect a lot more capacity to come online at the end of 26, beginning of 27, which we think will drive prices up significantly as natural gas tends to garner a higher price tag overseas than it does here domestically. The timing of that is a challenge because that's right in the middle of winter when prices can become elevated. And so what we don't want to have happen is cold weather, plus you have these additional exports, and then the market goes crazy and now people are exposed to those prices. So what we'd like to propose for the board is to fix the rate for the next 2 years. So that'll cover this winter and next winter so the market can have some time to settle out against changes and most importantly shield you from this winter. So this is the time to convert it back to fixed, right? Instead of continuing on with this percentage discount, this is a good time to convert it to fixed and make sure that residents are shielded from that come this winter.
And what is the fixed rate that you're proposing?
The 749 per CCF.
Move to authorize the conversion of Berlin Township's natural gas aggregation program from a variable to a fixed rate of $7.49 per CCF, effective.
It would be effective next month.
effective starting
Starting June?
June of 2026 for a 24-month period.
That's correct.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Further discussion. I think this is necessary. I mean, you look at the trends globally and you see that rising, and we came in lower for our residents over the last year, but a lot of them do have concerns about the exorbitant costs it's going to take. And I think that also the electric locking in at 3 years last year was a very smart recommendation made by Trey Bell, and I think we were very wise as a board to take that, knowing that that variation was coming, and we've now got a little bit of time, hopefully, to have it even out and not go the other way. But those who aren't in the aggregation program, they are able to choose and opt in at any time, which is a huge plus. And based on the variation that we've seen, we've had, I believe, a pretty significant increase in participants in the last year and a half too. As you're looking at that variation. It used to be, oh, I could get this much lower, a little bit lower for a couple months, so I'm going to get off. Well, you can do that, but then you end up paying a lot higher in a few months, and you have to get back on. So I think that the flexibility that we offer in aggregation is a really good thing for our community. Any other comments?
I don't see the rate going down unless we have a no-snow winter or something like that. But, which is very unlikely. To me, that's the only way to go.
Yeah. And predictability is important in that too.
And there's gonna be a lot more pressure on gas.
0.749. 0.749.
0.749 Trixie.
Be a lot more pressure on gas to generate electricity.
That's the other thing that we're really seeing. We're asking natural gas to do a lot more, right? It used to be primarily for heating, some electric generation, but now with coal retirements, and those have been replaced by solar and wind, those are not dispatchable, so it has to be sunny or windy for those to actually generate power. Natural gas is filling the gap there. The other challenge is we're on a 5-year backlog for the turbines that are required to build the facilities, right? So they have been built, but to continue to grow, we need to grow, there's that added delay. And we think nuclear will show up, but that's still, safety concerns and all of that. That's probably into the 2030s before we really see development in that. So, asking natural gas to generate electricity, still heat homes, and then for exports, look for natural gas exports. It's a lot to be asked of that market.
Very good. Any further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes. Okay, thank you. And we have the PowerPoint updated, so we'll get that put on the website so that residents can see that. And maybe I'll put the motion that we passed as well on the website as news, just so that everyone can see that we moved from that variable to fixed.
I suggest that we have a motion to authorize one of us, and I've done it in the past, to sign all the papers, otherwise we gotta get to it.
Move to authorize Trustee Bullard to execute any associated documents with the aggregation program for moving from variable to fixed for natural gas as well as for electric into the future.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Thank you for the volunteering.
But that saves us from having to have an emergency.
Yeah. Well, and ideally in administrative process.
It makes it so we can keep the paperwork full.
Sure. And I have a copy of that, if you want me to leave that with you, or we can set up another time during the week if you'd rather come back.
Let's talk tomorrow and then we'll figure out how we're gonna do it.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. Thank you all.
Okay, we're gonna have fire coming up, so without objection, I'd like to maybe briefly jump down to roads, deviate from the agenda, and deal with a couple of items. We also do have an executive session that we need to get in by 6 p.m. So, do you guys want to go to executive session now, gentlemen, or would you prefer to get roads out of the way, go into executive, and then come back for 6 p.m.? Amenable? Okay. Bob, you wanna? lead us? Welcome.
Sure, yep, thank you, trustees. Jesse started this, I probably took over about a third of the way down, but, for roads, recruitment continues for the position of, a roads laborer. We did interview 3 candidates today, I think we did like a few of the candidates, so.
So there is no proposal for the board to take action on related to the roads labor?
There is one that we would
Oh,
like.
there's an additional,
No, just
this one. Okay, got it.
Yep. The new tractor has arrived. We did the mower on it, got that mounted. There was no bracket that came with it to mount the road mower controls. So we reached out to a local fabricator and had one made. It fit really nice. Chris took it out today and he road mowed all day on it. The 1997 International has been fixed. It came in well under the purchase order amount.
Excellent.
Staff has been clearing the right of way, trash, sticks, get ready for road mowing to start, which has started today. The crew has fixed a handful of road signs this month. We did purchase commercial insecticide. We will begin spraying around the township soon. And just so the board knows, I do have my commercial pesticide applicator's license. So the crew can spray under my license. We would just have to make sure that we fill out the proper paperwork because it's regulated by the Department of Agriculture. So we just have to make sure that we keep our record keeping intact and have that readily available. We had the pre-punch list walkthrough meetings with the county and the developers for Summerwood Extension and also the Berlin Farms, West 5 and 6. The developer didn't show up for the Berlin Farms one. I think he had a scheduling conflict, but we was able to provide what we thought as far as the township, what we thought was wrong and what we wanted corrected and fixed. The Annabelle Road sign has been replaced in Howard Farms. Potholes around the township have been filled with cold mix. There's still more to do. We did hook the road mower up. We got the bracket, like I said. We had a local fabricator weld it up. There wasn't one that came with the tractor from the factory, so that's why we had to have one fabricated. A tree was cut down on Dale Ford Road. I talked to Adam from Adam's Tree Care the other day, 2 days ago. He said that they were going to start on it that day, which was, well, that was Friday. We tailgated 57s on Big Run Road. The road was also bladed with the tractor. And as far as the cemetery goes, the surveyor is waiting on us to provide additional mapping, which Jackie is working on. We are working with legal and CIMS to replace Pontum, but cannot get to it at this time. I'm not really familiar with that yet. Preparations are being made ahead of the day and Memorial Day. Cemeteries right now are looking pretty good. Our landscaping company will mow 2 extra times this month over at Evergreen, just so we can get that looking in tip-top shape. The staff has top dressed and seeded some graves. New pine trees were planted up front at the Evergreen Cemetery. We will water them twice a week for 30 days or until they're well established. We also tailgated 57 gravel on the driving paths over there at Evergreen. And the crypts and the Masonic chair over there at Evergreen are in rough shape. We'll probably need to talk about getting those repaired in the near future. Maybe we can start getting estimates from contractors or whatnot. We will begin pouring cement for footers here the week of the 18th. And then also we will begin digging and setting gravel over at Evergreen Cemetery, weather permitting. Hopefully the weather cooperates.
You have been quite busy.
Yeah, we have, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a busy next couple weeks too.
Yeah.
And as far as the facilities goes, we are continuing to wait for the start of the construction on the vestibula. I don't know if I pronounced that right. I did speak with Micah last week. He said they were on track to come here in a week, well, in 2 weeks, which was a week ago, so it should be at the end of this week or next week. I tried to reach out to him today, but couldn't get a hold of him. I left him a message. And there's also coordination going on with Richardson Glass also. ClearPoint installed a data drop in the zoning office. New zoning desks have arrived. We've assembled 2 of them. We have 1 more to go. And we're going to be moving desks around and getting everything situated up there in the zoning office. We had to do a service call by All Secure, or the building access system lost communication between here and the fire station. The chief is not able to add new people in the system. My code's not working. So All Secure said it was our IT department. So I've been in contact with the county. I'm supposed to do a conference or a video call tomorrow with the county to see if we can get that taken care of finally. I guess it's a cabling issue, so we'll see. And that's about it as far as the road report.
Great, thank you very much. And as I understand, you do have, just in the interest of time, you do have a recommendation for a road laborer, and we have the resolution available. Is this still, is everything here correct in terms of Jeremy Clem, $2 starting May 26th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Move to approve resolution 26-138, resolution appointing Jeremy Clements, road laborer 1, at the rate of $22 an hour to start effective May 26th, contingent subject to all of the following terms and conditions within the resolution therein.
I'll second that. What's the start date?
May 26th.
Okay.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Sutton,
Yes.
trustee Bowler.
Yes.
Okay, and then we'll move up this listing just so that we can also take care of cemetery, any cemetery issues before we move into executive session. We have the Sims NDA. You both should have been provided that. It is in the packet as well. I have reached out to Sexton Buell about this because in general, we should be very apprehensive about entering as a board into any NDA agreements. As a public entity, we have a responsibility, and so it's one thing if they have an NDA that they don't share as a third-party private company. It's another thing if the NDA is mutual and there's an expectation that we do not share, which I think then gets into questions about open public record requests, things that we need to be very mindful as a public entity and that I don't think reflect very well on a board, especially if it's not even necessary. So I had some questions about that. I wasn't sure, did you have a chance to Sexton Buell to discover who we reached out to from our legal side?
We have no idea. We will have to ask Aubrey or Josie that question.
Okay, that sounds good. And I don't mind if we just have somebody reach out on our own. We can reach out to Jen Huber, or we can reach out to Dave Riepenhoff. So we can do that work, but it said that it was passed through legal, and I still didn't feel comfortable as a board with us entering into an NDA agreement. I also don't know if it's necessary for us to do that to proceed forward with the use of the software. So if it's not necessary and we can still enter into negotiations and have conversations, I'm all for the software. I'm all for, upgrading. I think that the support would be great. Quantum is very antiquated, as you all know, very clunky, I believe. And Sexton Buell, did you have anything to add to that?
No, the reason that we're on an NDA is to keep them from, there's what somebody died of that they have in our cemetery records. And so we don't want Quantum to be able to use it in any way, shape, or form because that's private information. We
Yeah.
want that they will transfer will, and it may, we may get a lower price. Or in some cases, it might be a worse price.
Perhaps, and
We'll see.
And then, there was a specific language about, like proprietary trade secret software in the NDA that, I didn't understand why we would not be able to share about that software. But if a resident, if anyone came to the office and requested a record of death transfer, and you're saying that we do not have any obligation to release the additional information related to cause of death.
Not the private information.
Okay.
They have to, we have to have legal advice on that.
Yeah, so it would behoove us to enter into an NDA for them, but not to have them enter into an NDA for us. That was the only thing I really wanted clarification on before moving forward with the NDA. Otherwise, did you gentlemen have any comments on the software? I thought the presentation was good, that we got provided. It seemed like it answered a lot of challenges we've
We need to
had.
work with Delaware County IT to make sure that this is gonna go in and work okay. And that we don't have problems like we have often and all that sort of stuff over here. And so we just need to get the whole plan in place.
Okay. Yeah, so it sounds like we need to follow up with legal about the NDA. It sounds like we need to work with county IT. Sexton Buell, did you have something?
I do, I want to comment, there was an email this morning about whether we had considered other options besides the one option, and I would be glad to provide at least 3.
Yeah.
There is no shortage of them as I started looking today, and so I will lay them out in a spreadsheet for what we get with each one, and try to get some quotes for that and have it for the next meeting.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. And it has nothing to do with not thinking that this is a great product. It's more just wanting to showcase as a township that we do our due diligence at vetting and making certain that we have the best product for the best cost for us. So that would be really appreciated.
Agreed, just look around.
No, it's all good, all good. And then, Trustee Bullard, did you want to follow up with the legal aspects of the NDA, or do you want me to? I'm happy to reach out for that as well.
I can do it.
Okay.
I can do it.
And then Delaware County IT. Bob, are you in contact with them pretty regularly, or who in our office right now, in the absence of the administrator, is working more regularly with them? You? Would you mind reaching out about this one? And it would be, the real question is just with this software, is this okay and compatible with everything? And then Trustee Bullard, who do you think we should reach out to? The prosecutor's office or Jen Huber for the NDA?
We'll start with Lee and work our way up
Okay.
to the prosecutor's office.
Move to authorize Trustee Bullard to serve as the representative for the board on the matter of the cemetery software agreement.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Sutton. Discussion. Thank you for doing that. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yep.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes. Okay, so we have some action items. I hope that we can move a little bit quicker. It looked like the PowerPoint was from summer last
We're
year.
working on it for a bit.
Yeah, so hopefully we make some progress soon.
Another comment on the cemetery, we authorized additional mowing based on the wet spring we had, and grass has been growing very quickly. And so we are implementing it. That shouldn't be a problem, but it might be a problem with the amount of money that we authorized for the mowing contract. But what we're looking at is if in the summer when it's hot and dry, we can cut down some. We're hoping that it doesn't make any difference at all, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Okay, did you need us to appropriate anything additional for that?
Not at this point,
Okay,
because we don't have an updated estate report, what we would need to appropriate.
got it. Okay, thank you. We're gonna leave the other 2 items, the Plum Road project agreement and Lost in the Woods road right-of-way request. We have a summary for that we can provide once we get out of executive session, but we don't need you for anything else this evening. I don't think we need Sexton Buell for anything else this evening. Appreciate the great work that's already gone into these projects, and keep it up. That said, we do have an executive.
Did you cover everything here with the road department or any of the other stuff?
We're gonna bring up these other two. I don't wanna, we're on this pretty tight timeline with a 6 o'clock hard stop, so I wanna get Dave Riepenhoff, cause
Okay.
we're paying a lot more for Dave Riepenhoff.
I understand.
No offense, Dave. So with that said, we'll move into executive session. Move to recess in the executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121.22 G1 compensation of public employee and G4 preparing for conducting or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with the board present, the fiscal officer, the chief, the assistant chief, Paula, and Dave present.
Second.
Amy. Yep, got it. Thank you. It's just me looking.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by the trustee Bowler. Discussion, please call roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rayo?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yep.
Thank you. All right, in executive session.
The Berlin Fire
you ready for the kid youngins to come in?
Real quick, move to return to regular session from executive session.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Buller. Discussion, please call roll.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton? Trustee Boulder?
Yes.
Okay, we have returned from executive session to regular session.
It's just me.
And please, come in.
You can sit down, I promise we don't bite or anything.
Yeah.
Come on in.
Come on in.
And just Lisa, for the record, no decisions were made, no actions were taken. Whoops, yeah. And without objection, we will go to the fire department recognition of Berlin High School students. Welcome. Appreciate you guys taking the time out to be recognized this evening. And I will hand it over to Fire Chief Taylor.
Thank you. A few months ago, we had students from Berlin High School approach the department on a project they could do for the community, their school. They were interested in doing some different things. Inspector Conley and Lieutenant Reese, who's snuck in and seated from Delaware County EMS, kind of spearheaded the program. So I'll let Inspector Conley or Lieutenant Reese, whichever one wants to speak about what they did. They conducted a Stop the Bleed class, did a fantastic job, but they can actually speak to it because they were part of the program. So I'd welcome either one of them to come up or both, and talk about what they did.
The microphone's right there, so.
Okay, so not too loud.
No, that's not too loud.
Okay. Well, several months ago, right? This awesome group here came up to visit us at our station and said, "What can we do with our community? What things are we able to help with medical emergencies, spread knowledge with?" And kind of from there brainstormed. We met them at the school. We met with their teachers, and just came up with it was pretty late in the year, but they were still willing to get something together. Within a couple of weeks, they set up a class date and set up a way to do what is called Stop the Bleed training, which is in life-threatening emergencies with bleeding, how to direct pressure, apply tourniquets, and do what's needed to save a life in a traumatic situation. Now, they put this class together by themselves, pretty much. We were just there to support and supply anything that they needed. They are the engine behind it. They did it within a couple weeks, and we roughly about 40 of your own peers came to this.
Wow.
40. They taught this class in 2 sessions. 40 of their own peers, and this is an after-school event. And they got 40 of their own friends or co-students to come and participate. Came to both sessions a week apart. So, like I said, told them it's amazing for anybody to do that, but yet someone at high school and with all that they got going on between academics, sports, or just everyday things that they put this together and were able to teach this amount of people. I don't know if I've ever had a class so big myself. So I've stolen the whole show.
No, you're fine. You're doing wonderful.
Thank you. But I just want to sing their praises. How awesome of a job they did.
Wow, yes. Well, it seems like you're more popular than some of our local firefighters, and appreciate that. Your leadership is really important because, saving a life often comes down to not just the folks that respond, but the people that are on the scene at the time. And so did any of you guys want to share what the experience meant to you or any reflections you've had?
I think the overall experience was obviously, it was our first time, at least for me. What we did, in terms of the timeline, we got trained by Lieutenant Travis and Inspector Conley. I think around a week or 2 before we actually did the event, and then they said that either they asked us, do we want to actually present all of the information, or do we want them to present it? And we chose that we wanted to try and present all that information for the tourniquet and everything ourselves. And I think that was a very good experience in terms of learning. And I mean, I think we benefited from it too, and I think we hopefully impacted the community in a positive way.
Oh, absolutely, you have impacted the community in a positive way, so appreciate your leadership on this very much. And did you guys want to do any specific recognition?
Yeah, Ishan, you're heading this up because I will mispronounce. How do you say your last name, Ishan? Paulette. Okay, so next up we have. And today we don't have because is it a championship game or? He's prepared for sectionals tomorrow. Sectionals, okay. So for Berlin High School tennis, right?
Oh, wonderful.
So.
Do we want to get a picture with the fire department as well?
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Congratulations. Good job.
Gentlemen, if you want to try to get a picture, feel free to. I have the walking situation. Oh, yeah, that'd be great. Well, yeah. Scoot to the left. Yeah.
Well, I think it could be in the front.
Certificate showing, proud, yes, there. Oh, that's a good looking group there.
Great job.
Great job. Thank you guys.
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys so much for being by. Congratulations. Congrats.
Thank you.
Hi, guys.
That'd be great to see.
Great job, Sanders.
I think that's for the fire department students.
What an innovative, like proactive thing to do.
It's a great community we have here. So I can tell you, these guys are between the guys and the fire and the guys the folks that did the class. I mean, they brought the idea to us, and the Travis and Brandon just ran with it. So
Yeah,
it
gosh,
was
that's so
fantastic.
fantastic.
Yep.
We should have given them a clock up.
Oh yeah, that's right. Next time.
Yeah.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'll just go up to fire here. We'll just
Jumping all over the place.
I know it's
All right.
wild world here.
I'll be a little more brief than Bob was with his report. We took 54 runs for the month last year. I gave you all the statistics. We continued with a high degree of training. We had 2 personnel outside, do some outside training at Command Officer Boot Camp in Pensacola. Captain Meadows attended the WAVE conference. And I also attended the Fire Department Instructors Conference in Indianapolis for a couple of days. We did 135.75 hours of training for the month. Chief Majors implemented our new training schedule that will align all 3 shifts. We're all doing the same trainings. Each day has a different type of training, so he's really done a lot with that to kind of. One of the goals we have is to improve our ISO rating. I can talk more about that at a different time, but this training will help us align that and hopefully help us improve our ISO rating in our next evaluation. So again, Inspector Connolly out doing inspections and community risk reduction stuff such as that. So we've noted uptick in activities over the last couple of weeks. We're going to have the end of the school stuff coming up here. We do a lot of stuff in the schools for the last couple of weeks, especially elementary schools. They have a lot of field days and fun things for the kids at the end of the year. So we'll be out doing all that kind of stuff. So, and then we obviously will be out in the neighborhoods here as the weather gets better. We get a lot of requests for being in the neighborhoods. I do have a few things to discuss tonight. First being, I have a request to surplus a number of sections of fire hose. We received all of our new fire hose off the BWC grant that I applied for several months ago. That's all been it's been tested, it's all in service. So I have a memo here that says, due to the receipt of our new fire hose, I am seeking a motion from the board to declare the following list of fire hoses surplus, removed from service, and declared of no value. The entirety of this hose exceeds the recommended NFPA life of 15 years and should not be sold to another fire department. So I do not want to place this on gut deals. I just want to dispose of it. More than likely, most of it will be donated to places like the Columbus Zoo who use it for the animal shelters and things like that. We have a number of projects around the station that we would like to undertake, building some things out of the fire hose and things like that. So guys will make American flags out of them and whatnot. So, but I do not want to place it on governors. I don't want it to end up in another fire department's hands and they're using outdated equipment. So.
Move to declare the list of fire.
I'm sorry.
You need to destroy them somehow. So
That's exactly what will happen. That's why I'm
like
asking
cut
to
the ends off or something.
we'll take care of all that. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Numbers. Good point. Move to declare the following list of fire hose as provided in the 7th memo as surplus, remove it from service, and declare it of no value to be disposed of.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion, and Lisa, I think you should have this memo, but that's for you. Okay, because then there's a list of
Do those appear as separate inventory
Email
items?
that to me, Chief.
Yep, I will email it to you.
Chief, there's a question. Do each of these components
They should be
separate?
listed on the inventory as separate. That's why we have all of those numbers.
Take them off of the inventory too.
Yes.
So we declare them as, and maybe that notice, I just want to make sure that it gets out of the inventory.
And friendly amendment and remove from inventory this motion. Okay. Lisa had a friendly amendment to remove from inventory as a final component, and it was accepted by Trustee Bullard. Okay. Further discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutter?
Yes.
Trustee Rand?
Yes.
Okay.
And then Chief, you'll send that memo.
Yep, I will send this to fiscal to have them.
Do you? It's in the monthly report, right? Or
It should have been, yeah. It should have been.
Yeah.
It should have been in your packet.
It's in there. Yeah, I just want to electronically so I can.
Yes.
I will get that to you electronically.
Okay, great.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I'm going to not discuss tonight.
Yeah.
One being there's a SOG that I have in here that I'm going to pull. I'll bring that to next month's. There's some things in there that my proofreading was horrible, so my apologies. We're just going to take that out. And there's one of the contract for garage. I'm not going to discuss that as well. I have not got opinion back on legal. They had some questions they had some questions on a few things that we're discussing back and forth with Jen. So I do have last item for my report that I do have a contract for a company called Grail. This is for cancer screening testing to be completed by our firefighters. Cancer in the fire service obviously is on the rise. And we obviously know we have one member that is currently diagnosed with cancer. And our goal is to ensure that none of our younger members have any sort of markers or anything like that for cancer. So, and for our physicals this year for the department, we're going to do this cancer screening. I have a PO that I sent the fiscal office that's part of this as well, but I would ask the board if you've had a chance to review. This has been through our legal, our legal and their legal and back to us. So this is vetted and everything through all that. All members of the department over the age of 22 will be offered this screening once it's approved by the board. And again, our goal is to make sure that the health and safety of all of our members is at the forefront, and they have a peace of mind when it comes to these types of things. Locally, I do have some information if you guys wanted to see it. I did not get it before the meeting. I apologize. The representative dropped it off late last week, but there is some information here if you guys wanted to just look it over about what they're going to do as far as this screening goes. But locally, the gentleman pictured on the front of the pamphlet is from Violet Township. They found cancer in him early enough that he was able to get taken care of. So this is a very well-known program. It's very effective in screening for cancer. So, I would just ask the board that for the board's approval on the contract, and then I'd be able to sign a contract with Grail Incorporated to conduct the cancer screenings.
A couple of quick questions, Jim.
How much is it going to cost?
$649 a person. I have it's about $17,000 total. It's going to be taken out of our previously budgeted physical funds for the year. We do have the money allocated for physical, so that's where this is going to come from.
Just want to make sure that's.
It'll be up to about $17,000. That's for every member that's under the age of over the age of 22. It is a voluntary program. They don't have to participate if they don't want to. We're not making a mandatory program. So if they don't want to take the test, they don't have to. But it is a very valuable and very effective.
Is it an annual screening or?
It can be, yes. We'll probably, because of the age of our folks, for the most part, we'll probably do it every 2 years. But it'll be a regular ongoing process. That'll be some of that'll be up to the folks from Grail and Galleries, the actual test that and the process that they do. But we'll talk to them on how often we need to actually do the screenings for different types of cancers and things like that. So, but yeah, it's the first time we've ever done anything like this. So you know we're excited about it. I mean it's peace of mind for our members to know they have markers or they don't have markers.
Is it just blood work?
Yeah, it's just blood work. Yeah. And then what they'll tell them is basically, Amy was unavailable to come tonight. She's actually a township resident. The person that works for Grail and Gallery, she was unable to attend tonight because of a previous engagement. But it actually it'll just show markers, and then they can follow up. You know, anybody that gets a positive marker can follow up with their physicians and get testing and things like that. So further evaluation.
Okay.
Great, just confirming that indemnification, all this stuff was removed.
Everything that was struck out
Mm-hmm.
has been removed. Everything that Jen struck out through legals, it's been taken out. So,
Got it, okay.
yeah, any kind of
That's good.
indemnifications and all that stuff.
And there was a privacy thing that got removed, it looks like. Just confirming in the final draft. But Jen Huber for Brochus, Jonathan Griggs was the one that reviewed it, not the prosecutor's
Not the prosecutor's office, no.
Okay.
We haven't, unfortunately, we haven't had a lot of luck with the prosecutor's office lately, so we've been deferring a lot of this stuff to Jen. I know it costs the township money, but we did it back in a more timely manner. There's things that are still at the prosecutor's office. I sent them when I got here, and I haven't got back yet. So it is unfortunate. I know the prosecutor's office is, obviously less expensive.
So you're gonna allocate approximately $17,000 for, and it may not be that much if it's selected.
That's
and then
as much
we're
as
gonna look to put that in, bake that in biannual budgets essentially moving forward.
Yeah, we allocate a certain amount of money every year for fire department physicals for our folks. NFPA recommends that anybody over the age of 35 receive a physical every year, and then anybody under the age of 35 get a physical every other year. Fortunately, we have a lot of members under the age of 35, so we're able to do like this test every other year and then do a physical next year for our members. Most of our older members receive physicals through their doctors, so we don't need to worry about that type of physical. Like I get my physical every year through my doctor, so we're fortunate in that aspect. So.
I don't have a problem with this. If you do have things like this moving forward, can you also ask Jen though for a resolution as well?
Oh,
just
yes.
to make it easy
My
especially
apologies.
for the contract stuff. I like there to be a more formal resolution just to kind of, because there's legalese that I am not as comfortable with saying that I can agree. I can agree that we can enter into this, right?
Okay.
So, and then when would
sure
the
that-
effective date be for this?
Today's fine.
Okay. And is it, I'm okay, I'll say $18,000 for appropriation.
That'd be
Okay.
fine. Yeah.
Move to approve the agreement with Rail Inc. for the test purchase agreement and, for firefighters and appropriate $18,000 for the purposes of testing for pre-cancer screening and authorize Chief Taylor to execute any associated documents with this contract.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bowler. Discussion?
Anybody that refuses to take that, I think we should make sure that they sign a document saying that they refuse to take it.
Okay.
Yeah, consent in or out. Yeah.
Yep, we can definitely look at that.
We don't need a motion for that, but if you could just follow up on that individually.
And we'll do that.
I'm assuming that this would be part of the pre-employment test?
No, this is not part of the pre-employment testing. This is after. This is post-employment.
Should it be part of the pre-employment test?
I can discuss that with Amy and see what that would look like. Being that it's going to be done by a separate agency than our physical, might be a little difficult, but I can see what it looks like, and if that's something that they would recommend.
One of the things I really like about this is that it is elected. People should not be forced into this, and so I would not want to make it as a term and condition of somebody's employment that they have to do this additionally.
I mean, it's something we could offer as part of employment if she would recommend that. I think it would be valuable.
Just trying to make sure that we don't hire a problem. This is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I don't know that we can go around. We can get around that bush, but I'll talk to her. I'll talk to her and see.
Because HIPAA rules are funny.
It shouldn't be a precondition of anybody's employment, and I would have a problem with offering it only to fire if it was just part of onboarding. But if it's part of their ongoing duties and fire being distinct and those kinds of things, that makes a lot of sense.
Well, I mean, the statistics don't lie when it comes to cancer. I mean, we are percentages higher in a vast number of cancers. I don't have the numbers in front of me.
Yeah, and that's why it makes sense that once you're on.
Some of that information will be in the pamphlets here. If you guys would like to see those, you're more than welcome to.
Okay.
You understand what?
Yes, sir, I do. I will talk to her and see if that's an option or not.
I put the motion forward. Did we take those?
No, you did not.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rayo?
Yes.
Trustee Bowler?
Yes. A couple other items that are in there I'm going to table for the tonight, pull up from my report, my agenda. The last thing I would have would be the fire levy renewal that we have coming up.
Can you take that one?
Yeah, fire levy.
Okay,
You're the financial brain, and then I can offer my opinions on things as we go.
Yeah, so we originally got a resolution from the prosecutor's office that you all have in your packet, the resolution of necessity, and it caught my eye that it said additional. So Chief and I were finally able to connect with the prosecutor's office today, and she said as it's written, basically it would restart the millage to 2.95. So right now the effective rate is, what did I tell you, like 1.5, 1.8 on this one? Let me find it. Hold on. Right now the effective rate is 1.57 for residential and agriculture. For this levy, it is a rollback levy, so it is not a rollback levy, I should say. So it can be modified if you wanted to reset it. It currently collects about 1.4 million, if I remember correctly.
Somewhere in that
And
neighborhood.
if it resets, it would collect closer to 2.6 million if we reset to 3 mils. And if that's the case, then the resolution before you, the one that says additional on it, is the resolution that would be passed tonight. After talking with Leanne, she did send me the resolution for just a straight renewal, which would continue the effective rate as it is or continue to lower that effective rate. And that would continue to collect as it does. So you have some choices to make. Chief, anything to add?
You know, as I before, we've had some interest from the board about potentially building a new building. We're out of space here. We're out of space at the fire department. I think if that is something that's on the table, you know, the funds that we've set aside over the years that we still have probably are not sufficient to do that. So, you know, looking at an increase would probably be advantageous if that's the pleasure of the board. If not, you know, obviously we can, you know, as costs increase, the current millage that we collect gives us about somewhere between $2,600,000 and $2,700,000 a year for operations of the fire department. Plus, we have all the money that is still set up, you know, kind of set aside for different projects. We can, as our operational costs increase, we will exceed that amount of money that we're collecting with the millage, and we can spend that. If we're not going to build the building, we can kind of spend that money down responsibly, acquiring new equipment and doing the things that we continue to do with employees and all that. So it's kind of a choice of the board and what the pleasure is as far as, where we're going with the future, especially with the potential building. We'll say, as I was talking through this with Lisa, if we're not going to build a new building, we're going to need to do some work to the existing building. It's at that 20-year-old mark. Things are outdated. Components are starting to fail here and there. So we are going to need to do some capital work to that building as far as that sort of thing goes. So that'll help us. We still have all that extra money set aside for that type of thing. If it's not the pleasure to really look at building a new fire station at this point. And I think, we had the organizational analysis done last year. There was some measure of discussion in that organizational analysis about, fire station locations and things like that. And I think maybe at this point, it bears out, having some deeper conversations as to the future of the fire department and whether we're going to remain as a single fire station organization or whether we're going to look at, the potential of expanding to multiple stations and like that. So, again, it's really the pleasure of the board as far as how you want to proceed. But if we're really gonna undertake the new building and partner with the county, and as far as that goes, I think it bears out potentially increasing the levy and bringing that extra money in to, help offset some of those costs. So, and operationally, well, we all know fuel prices are through the roof. We all know, insurance costs aren't going down, employee costs aren't going down, those types of things. So, that the money we have set aside a finite amount of time, and I can get a projection on how many years it's going to last us till we're going to need to do something. But at some point in the future, if we don't do it now, we're going to need to do something as far as increasing our budget.
And I would like to add, the levy that we're discussing, the non-rollback levy, is effective through the end of this year and collects through next year. So if something were to happen and it doesn't pass in November, you have next year still to get it on the ballot and try to get it to pass.
For example, if you wanted to put it on as a new levy or an increase, an additional, where it reset to that full amount and it didn't pass for some reason, then we could go back in the spring and go with just a straight renewal and continue the way it is now, and more than likely it would pass. So. Again, it's just a pleasure of the board.
I don't think that we could say what will and won't pass.
Understood.
Lisa, you're right, but I will say that the primary election next year will probably be a low, how can I call it?
Much lower
turnout.
Low usage if it went to that one, and we would end up paying for the election.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is the bad part.
Which is rather sensitive.
So this fall is one where it would cost us anything to put on there.
Mm-hmm.
It would cost us very little. Or next fall wouldn't cost us much, but next spring would probably cost quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's just
I get it. That election
you
expense is
know
shared. I do.
but that particular primary doesn't have a whole lot of things going on.
I get it.
Yeah, that's
So, just to make certain that I'm understanding this correctly, right now we are collecting at 1.57 mils.
Yes.
And if we were to move forward with this, we are actually taking it at just a little less than double that, 2.95.
We're taking it back up to 2.95.
Yeah, and that's a very substantive impact on your taxes. I mean, it is. And so, just know what we're voting on here, because we're calling it a renewal, but really it's going to increase people's taxes.
If you go with that resolution,
Yes.
the resolution that you have via email, and then I have right here that I can print for signature, is
Yes.
a straight renewal
Straight,
continues to
yeah.
collect at the exact
At
same
the exact same rate. So what I think is the major question here, and we were intentional in the previous board at saying exact same rate for a reason, and so that's why I'm glad that it was caught that this is a renewal, but it's actually going to increase. And the key issue is, are we going to invest in the building or not? And that's my view. I think that we don't have enough money in the bank to build the building itself as it stands today. But we do have enough money in the bank to take care of operational expenses, to be fiscally responsible, to do, you know, improvements to the current building. We can find grants for those kinds of things. So we can exist in, you know, homeostasis for a couple years. Would you say that's a fair statement?
Oh, I would say that's fair.
So the question really is if we want to push for this building to be on the table, then we probably should go for this. And if not, then we need to understand the implications of what that means for the building. Is there any specific desire of the board, each member, of which way to go at this point in time? Because I will say we need to vote on something soon, because we only have, I think, 2 more meetings before it has to be submitted to the Board of Elections to be put on the ballot. I think we have.
And there's another resolution that has to be.
Yeah.
The resolution to proceed.
So this will start the clock for us to actually vote on the second resolution on June 8th. And I think we have to get things to the Board of Elections 90 days? No.
Yes, so
Yeah,
it's
90
due the
days.
very early August, but I'm
Yeah.
now talking a lot of July,
Yeah.
so.
And I
It's,
believe we need to declare a need.
this is the
Yeah, that's
declaration.
the declaration.
Then the next thing is going to be the resolution.
I would prefer not to vote on it tonight and for our June 8th meeting.
Okay, so then we will have to have a special meeting, because this gets,
Get sent to the
this
auditor's
gets
office.
sent to the auditor's office, yeah. And then they have 10 days to return it, and so they would return it by our June meeting, and then we can do a resolution, the second resolution at our June meeting. If we push this off to June, then we would have to meet somewhere between July 15th, because we don't have a July meeting, July 15th and August 1st, so that we can get it to the Board of Elections.
You can meet anytime after June 2nd, if we're having.
We wouldn't get it back by June 22nd.
Did they turn it around pretty quickly?
They have
In
to,
10 days would be the 18th.
10 business days?
It's not business days, I don't think. I mean, they've
When I
always
read
turned
about it, it
around.
said they
Did it
were
say
obligated to reply in 10 business days. But it made it
Okay,
sound
that's the
like.
22nd, so you can have your meeting anytime after the 23rd
Mhm.
of June.
Yeah, theoretically. So sometime between the 23rd of June and the,
Basically, the 20, give me, because
because you need to.
I need time to make sure I can get down the Board of Elections and get it certified with them and submitted. And I like to get Carmen a few extra days. So I would say July 26th.
Okay. Do you not want to make a decision either? Do you want to go back and look at building and those kinds of things? Or what do
I'm
you
okay
think?
with looking at, what this does is this just starts the process. And the process, we've got to put more stuff into it.
Yeah.
And this is just.
But we need to know, but the thing is we need to know if we're gonna have the increase or keep it straight. Like this wouldn't be the resolution that we would pass the red line version that was recent, to make it at 1.57 mils. It does sound like we need more time, so why don't we go on ahead and put this to the side for the, June 8th meeting?
Unless we have a special in between there.
And
What's gonna be different between now and the June meeting?
I don't know.
Well,
I'm okay with that, but we're cutting into our time for getting it on the ballot. That's a month out of the schedule, is all I'm saying.
I think we need to decide who are we going to go with the building. So that's a major factor in it, and I need to understand better how it affects our overall budget. You know, what is the millage that we need to collect? And I don't think we know tonight if we want to push forward with a higher rate so that we can.
I know I don't want a higher rate. I would feel I wouldn't vote on a higher rate. That probably won't change.
A higher rate because you would want to build a building.
I don't want to build a new building,
And that's, and if we're,
at least not in the next couple of years. I don't think that
that's
there's.
what I need to understand, is
Yeah.
what's the timeline for a new building? Because
Well,
if we're saying we want a new building, but we don't want to.
and my theory is, I'd like to build a new building, but it's gonna take a long time. And this is probably, this may run out before we actually build a new building, this levy.
That's what I thought too. Well, I think if the time is correct, I think if we were to explore this subject in like, let's say 2 or 3 years, the next one on the ballot is the rollback one. And so this one would still be in place, what, for 4 years, 3 years?
And the thing is, we gotta, figure out what a building's gonna cost, we gotta figure out what our needs are, we gotta go through all of that sort of stuff. And this would give us money to be able to do that planning.
When you say this, you mean increasing?
Pardon?
No, I hear him saying the opposite. I hear him
Okay.
saying stay the same.
Okay, so you're saying stay at 1.57, don't go to 2.95?
I'm not saying either one, okay, at this point, what I.
But the necessity requires us to declare which one we're gonna go for.
Okay.
So we have to say which one, either way. I hear what you're saying. I think I took it one way and another.
And what I'd like to have is enough money to be able to put a plan in place, get the things necessary to be able to talk about new building.
You have enough money to do that now.
I was gonna say at the 1.57, if that's what you're saying is what you want, then we would be able to maintain that. We would be able to do that with our current budget and the current millage staying exactly the same.
Yeah, and that doesn't build us a new building.
No.
What it does is it gets us to the point where we can make a decision to either build or not build. And have something.
We could always consider, if you guys decide in a year or two, keep things the same, you decide in a year or two that you want to build, we could always consider going to the bond market.
Well, yeah,
And hopefully interest rates will be down.
there's a whole host, like, we can find another mechanism if we wanna do something, if we decide this is the amount for the building that we need. And
We could add a levy that would just pay for the building.
That's what I'm saying, like, we could do a straight building levy at that time and say, and then I would prefer that, and the reason why I would prefer that is because the voters decide. They decide if they want a building or not us, and if they do, then we manage it, and if they don't, then we don't.
And I would like to have on the shelf a plan that we could work with, because, you know, the government may do our money again, you know, and come around, throw $1 million at us, which is, if we've got a plan in place, we can start using some of that sort of thing.
Well, and I'm rooting for Chief's grant writing skills too, to get a few mil for that.
If there was a grant out there for buildings, I would be all over it, Ms. Rail, but unfortunately, there is not a lot of grants out there for buildings, and those that are available, unfortunately, our community does not qualify for. So, the USDA is very good with grants, but we are definitely not a USDA friendly community, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, I do understand.
So,
But there could be something in the rural business park that would dictate the need for a new building.
That's always been, in my mind, what would drive us requiring a building.
These are a wonderful thing.
And that to me, because we're not as far along as, you know, we don't have that money coming in. I'm not saying it wouldn't change, but I think we have some time to improve our current building and be able to exist in that homeostasis that we have.
And those are the things that I was wanting to learn over there.
Okay.
So,
well,
if the decision is we don't need to build a building in the next 2 years, 3 years, then I'm comfortable tonight to deciding what we should do.
I'm comfortable saying we won't build a building in the next 2 to 3 years.
So then what do we do with what percentage?
So then it would stay at exactly what it is.
Maybe the renewal, the red line version you got?
Which was just sent via email, so.
I'm good with
You
that.
would be okay? We can still wait if you want.
No,
Okay,
that's the information.
okay, good.
I know it's a lot though, this is your first levy.
We're nowhere near ready to
So,
build it anyway.
it's a lot.
I'm comfortable with your decision. Just, I mean, we're nowhere near ready to build a building. I think we're doing the right thing. Let's renew it, and then we can start the planning process.
And that renewal helps cover the operating.
It keeps our operating budget exactly the same. We have the money that is already there that we can work on spending that down a little bit, use it for some of the improvements, those types of things, and capital stuff. And then we'll be ready to go in a few years to really position ourselves better for what are we doing with the building.
We can still engage in some of the planning process and that
We
kind
can
of
start,
stuff.
And we may have an architect come back and say, you know what, you need to build 2 or 3 stations. I don't know what they're going to do. The organizational analysis spoke to it a little bit. So, I think reviewing that and considering some of the things that Steve pointed out in the organizational analysis might be worth our time. And I think this buys us time. Is what I'm comfortable with it.
Okay. Did she print it off?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're coming.
Thanks.
And I'm not against going to next month, but all I'm saying is if it's not gonna be any different, better just go ahead and have it, use the sign to get the wording right, and everything for the road license.
You answered the questions that I would have been asking over the next month, so I'm comfortable with it.
And you didn't have to jump from person to person. This is why open public meetings is a good forum.
So it would be good though to decide to move forward with, starting to try to find somebody to do that study.
Mm-hmm.
And, because that would be it if we decide to go out to the bond market someday.
I can get some information, bring it to the June meeting if you guys.
We can go with the 1.5, and if it isn't enough, at the next meeting we can change it.
No. Well,
You'd have to do a new
we have to start the
resolution.
whole process.
Yeah.
So we
still have time to start
we could start over, but
Yeah,
we can't
that's
just
it.
switch it.
But it would be no different than
Yeah.
if we waited till next meeting.
Exactly. You're
Right.
exactly right.
But we would be ahead of the game.
Thank you.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Yes. And what resolution number are we?
Right on that one, 44.
When does it have that?
At the top.
No, she gave you the wrong one.
Oh, did I give you the wrong one?
I was like, I see what you see, but not on mine.
Bizarre. This one is the blank, I think, that we had for signature.
Oh.
I know.
It is. fine.
It's never too early.
Okay.
Oh, this is the other.
On TikTok,
Yeah.
Instagram.
I should print it out.
And Lisa just confirmed that 4 is correct, here, huh? So you can take that, because it's at its current existing rate, though, as it, Okay. Move to approve resolution 26-144, resolution of necessity to levy a renewal tax in excess of the 10 mil limitation for the purpose of providing fire and EMS services. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Bowler?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, Chief?
That is all, ma'am. I
Great.
appreciate the time. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for the indulgence this
I
evening.
have a question.
Yes, sir.
He's in the other room.
I don't know how to do this and not appear like I'm being a wet blanket, but, I supported, I think it's wonderful. Who insured that?
Who insured that?
Okay.
The school did.
We took them on to teach them things and that sort of stuff. And they need to have signed a release of liability, or they need to be insured somehow or other, so if somebody got hurt or any of that.
It was a school sanctioned event.
Pardon?
It was a school sanctioned
So
event.
the school
The
was
school-
supporting it?
Yep, 100%.
That's not from the school, so that's okay.
Yep.
Now,
We had all the permission from the school. That was all done through the school.
So
Yes,
the
sir.
school was the one that was actually doing the insurance of that?
Yes, it was a project for students, what it was.
That's.
Yep, it was a school sanctioned event.
I just wanted to make sure that.
Yes, sir.
I know several programs that have been canceled because the departments didn't want to pick up the insurance for doing stuff like that.
Yeah, I understand that. No, this was all sanctioned through the school system, all done through.
Thank you for that clarification.
I know you guys have
Thank you for your time.
time short.
We are time limited, so Appreciate it. And without further ado, we will recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121.22, appointment of a public employee and, all members currently here to be present, as well as the applicant and caller.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
We are in executive.
Unless you need me for
No, I'm good. Okay. And this, a lot of stuff.
I make a motion that we go back to regular session from executive session, so moved.
Second, moved by Trustee Bullard, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes. Okay, we did meet in executive session. No decisions were made and no actions were taken. That said, we did have the opportunity to interview candidates for our township administrator position, and we are prepared as a board to move forward with that this evening. So move to approve resolution 26-147, resolution appointing Patrick Myers as township administrator with the effective start date of no later than June 11th, 2026, at a rate of $137,500, and with the conditions set within the resolution therein.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. I thought, we had really great applicants. We'd just like to publicly acknowledge our HR coordinator, Amy, for this great effort in making certain that we fill this important role with really qualified, high quality candidates. And that said, we're excited to extend this offer to Pat Myers at this time.
I'd add, I was really pleased with the quality of the applicants we had. This was very good.
Yes, I'm very excited to be extending this offer to Pat.
Further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
The next
So we need to
question.
sign that?
I'm putting it over there.
Okay. Excellent. I'm gonna add as a late item as well. Okay, I don't believe that we have any other HR items, Amy, that you will be required for this evening. We did have one resignation that we will be acknowledging as a late item because it came through after the agenda was set. I think we have an appointment, but is there anything else that you want to make sure we cover this evening?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we now are returning to the regular agenda, and I believe we'll be going in line with it, which takes us to the Lost in the Woods Road right-of-way request. Dealt with this actually, I think, a couple of months ago, based on what I could find with the email summary, and we had determined at that time that the township would not be vacating the township land for that area. I don't think there's much more to discuss on that topic. Did you want to provide anything extra?
I sent an email this afternoon saying what I've done. Talked with Doug, and we could need a driveway permit and that sort of thing to give a county road access to it. You're talking about the Lost in the Woods.
Yeah.
And second thing is, I went to Leah to get a contract, to see if she could get a contract, and she's a little busy. She said they're down 2.5 people. And the contract would turn all of that back over to us whenever they get done with the building. Okay, so
you're saying the township would provide an access drive temporarily to Lost in the Woods for the purposes of the building only.
Right, for building only, and that's it. Now, the other thing that gets to be a little bit questionable, I haven't questioned that because I didn't think I needed to so far, is it's a street that goes back, and when he bought the Lost in the Woods land, he bought like several lots.
Okay.
And some of the lots are on the backside of that street.
Okay.
So, but it's all in, he would look at it right now as one piece of property.
Right, but it's not.
But it's not, it
Yeah.
could be sold. And so really that road could need to be accessed if somebody bought a lot on the north side of that road.
Okay, but this is still owned by us.
That's right, it's all right.
So is there an insurance risk if we allow construction traffic
You want to?
Is there an insurance risk if we allow construction traffic on our road right away?
It's not a problem, at least Doug didn't see a problem there. And what we were gonna do is, he's gonna go in and cut some trees and do some stuff to be able to get it to where you can actually get through it. And, it should make it easier to get into the property.
But I thought we had decided that we weren't going to allow him to access it.
We weren't gonna allow him to have it,
Okay,
to build on it or do
Yeah.
any of that sort of stuff.
yeah,
We keep the property, but if this would just allow him access to it for the construction period.
okay.
And that's what the contract is for. And when he gets done with it, it all turns back over to the township. The improvements that he's put into it and everything.
Do we, I guess, like, why do we want to do that? Is it the only way that he can build, or can he figure out a different solution?
Well, the distance is 18 feet between the house and the building. The new building he's gonna put in. And traffic needs to get through that area, and his thought was that the traffic won't be able to get through that area if he's using it for construction equipment and all that sort of stuff. It provides some additional parking space. The other thing is it's a real small parking lot, and it's gonna create a traffic issue.
Yeah.
Cheshire Road there.
Okay, so maybe
park cars and do
to
that
help.
sort of stuff.
Well, because my thing is, if we do this for one person, would we do this for other entities or other, like, I don't want to be in the business of,
I don't see a problem.
yeah,
But the circumstances is, we just happen to have that right away and that sort of stuff. And, we can use it that way. And that was what it was designed for 100 years ago. Was to provide access to the back lots.
Okay, no action to be taken, you're gonna get a contract and you want us to consider it.
You know, I'll get a contract and bring it to you.
I would like to maybe just double check with Doug or whomever, like, this is the other thing is, we've entered into these contracts with the county before and it's come back to bite us in lawsuits that we've lost.
I know.
And so I'm very reluctant now to get into these kinds of things.
This isn't us in the county, this is us and him.
I know, but if the county says this is okay, and then we end up, because technically we weren't sued by the county either, we were sued by the temple.
Oh, I understand.
But it was all negotiated through the county and, approved by the engineer's office. And so I want to be
Actually, it was
conscientious.
put in place by the prosecutor's office.
Yeah. So I want to be really conscientious about the kinds of things that we let go on and don't let go on. And so, anyway, take that for what it's worth.
The other thing that's a little interesting comment is Peanut Roundabout.
Yeah.
The county, declared that 2 years ago, that it was
Top
a
priority.
safety issue, needed to be fixed. They got the money, they got the plan, they wanted to build it 2 years ago. They can't get the approval from the Corps to be able to do that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that little hiccup might be enough to, let's trade with the Corps and do something like that in the long run. Might be able to do something like that.
I like that. That's creative.
It's just a thought.
So let's see what we can do with that.
Yeah. I'll see what I can do. Okay. And the other thing is, with the parks and trails, who knows, we may want to use a trail back for that
Well, that's why I didn't want that. I was okay with the paving, I mean, like, it can end up becoming something different, but I don't want to become something where people just get used to parking and doing these different things on that property that it's not clearly ours still, Yeah.
At some point, it will come back to us, period.
All right, well, so thank you for your work on that. We'll keep that on the agenda for the 11th, and we'll come back to it. Plum 3Bs and K project agreement. This one is the agreement with Berkshire, Sunbury, and us. Did you want to summarize it, or do you?
Well, what it is, and Doug said he was going to be here. He
was.
He was here.
There's
There's an agreement in here which is between the 4 townships and the
Sunbury,
county.
yeah.
And that's what we really need to pick up on.
Oh, wait, this isn't the,
That's what this is.
oh, this is
Berlin General.
This is Plum Road? Oh, this is in
Berkshire
3Bs and Ks.
Orange.
Got it, okay. Yes, this one is, okay, my apologies, I was thinking of the other one, the Sunbury Berkshire 3Bs and K agreement, which I saw the draft of, and I did not think that it was a fair deal necessarily, so I wanted to do a little bit more digging on that one.
I didn't complain early on because it was mentioned as Kingston Township rather than Berkshire Township, but something was fine.
You knew it was.
I knew that would get cleared up.
Yeah.
But this is, basically what this says is that
Yeah.
we're headed off into do the project. And if
Yeah.
you read through it, it's got a whole bunch of things.
This one I read through, I was okay with. Were you okay with this one? I didn't see any item or in any way problematic for this, so I feel very comfortable with this. Did you want me to bring forward the motion to authorize you to?
I can do the motion.
Okay, you do the motion and authorize yourself to execute any
I
associated.
don't know the motion number, but I make a motion that we approve the cooperative project agreement between Delaware County, Berkshire Township, Berlin Township, Genoa Township, and Orange Township for the improvements to Plum Road. So moved.
And authorize.
And authorize Ron Bullard to sign any papers or Trustee Bullard, any papers necessary to implement this program.
Second, moved by Trustee Bullard, seconded by the chair. Discussion. So, I mean, I could see, with the new administrator, normally we would have the new administrator execute these documents, but in the absence of, Ron's gonna play the role of our board for it.
And I talked with Doug, and the engineering work hasn't been done on it, and yet this will allow the engineering work to get started.
Okay.
And the plan is to widen Plum Road all the way to Africa Road. And part of Plum Road is in core land, so we may have to take more property in Berlin Township in order to be able to widen the road across there.
Okay.
So there's a lot more information coming.
Yeah.
But this will get the whole thing started.
Yeah. Excellent. Further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
All right, I believe that concludes all the way through roads, so
Paula,
we'll,
have you got one?
Yeah.
Okay.
so we'll go to fiscal officer items.
Okay. Let's get this noted here. All right, let's start with the payment report that y'all should
You want
have.
to talk about Glen Road Beach Road?
We already talked
We
about it.
did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Doug came earlier. He
That's
was here with it, but,
part of my being late.
oh, no problem. No problem.
So in front of you, you have the payment listing. The biggest one to note is the $150,000 to the Delaware County Engineers. This is the annual payment due in June for Shanahan Road. Okay, so I think we're in year 2 or 3 of this payment. So it's already been appropriated for, the PO's already done, so just bringing that to your attention here.
Question on that. Should we encumber funds for the rest of what we got paid?
Yeah.
Because that would make life a little bit easier with the 30% deal, because we've spent that, and that, if we just encumber it, we don't have to spend it.
Yeah. It does make sense to do that, just like we did the fire truck, I think at the last meeting, right?
Sure. You need anything from us to do that? Okay.
It'll come up before you in front of the mayor. You could do it here if you wanted to, just, authorize basically a change in appropriation. So,
And
how about I just bring it to you in June?
Yeah, there's no
Because
rush.
we're not gonna be turning that stuff into the budget commission until the middle of July. So,
we appropriated the money for that a couple years ago. So that should be all taken care of.
If it was appropriated and just dropped off, then I can grab that, and I don't even have to come to the board.
And the other things, since we're talking about encumbrances, we need to use the money for Pine Road that we borrowed. Could we encumber that too at the same time?
Yeah, we talked about that.
Huh?
We talked about doing that, remember? The 100,000.
Yeah, we did. We got this year's appropriated, but we should, the whole project cost. So that might mean some transfers, so you may see those coming your way then at the June meeting also.
Okay.
What I'm trying to do is to get the money down that we've got that we're carrying over that isn't encumbered.
We'll be fine with the general fund. It'll be close with fire.
Yeah.
But
That's the one
if he comes forward and we potentially, start, by September, we're close to an agreement with somebody to do a feasibility study or whatever it is on the
Yeah.
firehouse, that will help a lot.
That would help a lot. And then also, when do we pick up the truck too?
But we've encumbered that now.
We've encumbered that.
Yep. It wasn't encumbered last year.
Yeah.
It's encumbered this year.
Perfect.
So I can sleep through that worry now.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Pick up another one.
So after the 150 expense, the next biggest is payroll on 420 for almost $50,000, and then you've got health insurance 25 and OP&F for the month of March at 23,425. Okay. All right. Any questions?
No.
All right, moving on to the April bank reconciliation. I just sent this out today. The reports are back there for you to look at also, and I did email them to you. But I put together a new kind of format for the bank record to kind of give a quick little financial overview. So if you don't like it, let me know. My feelings won't be hurt. But I'm going to speak to 4 funds: the general fund, fire fund, cemetery, and zoning. In general, we have $3.7 million. All of this is as of April 30th. We have revenue of about $1 million and expenses of about $500,000. In fire, we have a balance of $5.7 million with revenue of $1.4 and expenses of $880,000.
The email itself I really liked. It was really great to just give me the high level. Here's the 4 major.
Good.
And I like seeing,
I have a copy for to go in the journal, so
Yeah.
that's the table will be in the journal.
Great.
Cemetery is $198,000, $10,000 in revenue this year with about $19,000 in expense. And zoning balance is $475,000, $100,000 in revenue, and $105,000 in expense. Okay.
Yep. Looks great.
All right. You want to do the consent agenda next?
Sure.
Okay, now on the consent agenda is the cancer screening, that GRAIL, that chief, you guys approved already via resolution, so I'm gonna remove that from consent since you already approved it.
What's the amount you put in there?
She allocated 18,000, so it's fine. We're got a little cushion there. All right, so there's the most recent blankets and POs for review. Hopefully no questions.
I didn't have any questions. We just moved to approve the we call it miscellaneous POs?
Yeah, it's just,
Or how, how should we title it moving forward? Move to approve the consent,
it's usually a consent agenda, but I want to build our consent agenda out a little bit more. This is like the first step in the consent agenda.
I might call it the consent POs.
Perfect.
Move to approve the consent POs with the removal of GRAIL as part of that because it was handled a bit earlier in the meeting. Second?
Oh, second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion? I didn't have any issues or questions on any of these.
Perfect.
Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Okay, on to the,
Health, well, we didn't do budget accepted rate or health insurance rates for employees.
I don't know what the budget accepted rate is unless, oh, I know what it is. It's the stuff for the tips. So that's what it, now that I see that.
yes.
Yeah, so this, we're gonna go through two resolutions. They both kind of go hand in hand. The first is increasing our revenue budget since we are now getting money for the tips. Which are those, were those built out, all 5 of those tips? Are they built out?
We built out, over 1,500 acres of commercial TIF. And then what we're doing now is all residential TIF.
No, I'm saying in the tips that have been activated.
Yeah.
Are those built out already?
I believe so, yeah. I think Chris Reinhardt and worked with the county.
Okay.
And we got it built out.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
Should I check on that? Let me initiate, because it's good timing anyway, because we have the other tips that we're gonna be.
Which I sent you an email on, if you saw it. Was it you all reading?
What time did you send it?
About 2 o'clock.
Guys, you can't send it the same day.
No, it's not for discussion tonight.
Okay.
It's just in general, just
I don't know.
an in general thing. But, so getting back to the resolution. So we have to increase our revenue budget on our certificate of resources first. And once we do that, we can appropriate money because there were expenses that were associated with getting that TIF revenue post without doing these 2 steps.
Okay.
Okay? So it's just a formality, so I can send it to the Delaware County Auditor's Office, and we can get our certificate of resolution all updated.
Okay, so we're talking about
Revising and or increasing revenue budget accepted
what
in
resolution?
It's gonna be 149.
Move to approve resolution 26-149, revising and or increasing revenue budget accepted in resolution 10-25-04.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Okay, so the next resolution is along the same lines. It's just the appropriation piece so we can post the expenses.
Move to approve resolution 26-150, revising and increasing permanent appropriations established in resolution 25-12-06.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure what the health, I don't think we have anything on the health insurance rates right now.
Carry it over.
Yep, and then inventory approval, that needs to be carried over. We just found out today, we didn't know all the zoning people had computers. They're not on the inventory reports.
No, they're not.
All those laptops are not on the
None of them
inventory.
have
None of them.
No.
So we didn't know, so Amy didn't know to collect them, like with part of, like when there's transition. So we're gonna have to go back and just make sure we've got everything.
That was we got those under,
You got them?
yeah.
Yeah, and I was told you got them under COVID.
Yeah.
They're not
That
in
was
our
even
inventory.
before me.
They're not in our inventory.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I was really hoping you would have a picture.
No, the zoning committee.
I'll take the
hoses off, too.
Yeah. Take the hoses off while you're at it.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know who, yeah, we gotta get to the bottom of all that.
Yeah, we gotta figure that out.
Yeah. Okay, so that, therefore inventory is set aside. You guys did the POs and, do we have, I don't think we have anything new on the Pyatt donation.
No, just like you said, we'll just do.
Yeah, we'll table that one.
And then PO for Burger Grading.
Oh, you know what that is, Lisa?
That's-
We reduced it, remember?
Yeah.
Yes, so
That's
just informational, we did reduce that PO because, we made a change into listening mentions of the economic development stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a copy of the changed PO in there.
Yep. Okay, is that all for fiscal?
That's it, unless you need to talk some more.
Well, through that, let's keep that momentum going. Zoning department, monthly report. I saw it was included. Was there anything, trustee Sutton, you'd like to point out, to highlight?
very excited that Jacob Collins started today as our
Yes.
zoning director. I met with him this morning and went over some things to get him started. He was excited to be here. And talked with Philip as well, so I think they're going to work well together. And I did have a report, and it's somewhere in my stack here, but so BZC has had meetings in the past month. They continue to meet with Delaware County Economic Development, continuing to discuss next steps. They did have BZC 26-003 as an application by Ohio Mulch that they're going to be hearing this week. BZA has a meeting scheduled for May 14th. Architectural Review Board has a meeting coming up as well to review the Ohio Mulch application.
Is that in the business park?
It's not in the business park, but it's up on 3637. It's across from, I understand it's across from where the RV dealerships at, RCD. And it's required ARV review for that property.
Yeah, so, yes, the parcel is in the business park, but if they don't come through the business park process, if they go through standard zoning, technically the ARB doesn't go through it because the ARB only exists for the business park application, right? So are they going through standard zoning or are they going through business park?
You'll have to explain to me that it needed to go through ARB as part of the business park, I'm not sure.
Well, so if the parcel is, it just depends on the nature of the application. So we may want to clarify with Pip. And the only reason why it matters is because for standard zoning procedures, we don't require ARB. And so they can go back and say that we required extra of them that wasn't expected. But if they put in a business park and they are trying to adhere to that design standard, then they do need to go through ARB, which is a faster process because it's all administrative, it's not legislative. But if they go in the legislative process, then they don't need to do ARB. But you may want to clarify it.
That's it for zoning.
There was, did you see, I don't know if this is a zoning issue or roads issue, but did you see that Dale Ford case from Mark Turin, the resident Mark Turin on the drainage in Dale Ford?
Yeah.
You saw that?
I did. So that's
I wasn't sure if they were in contact with you or Ron.
I'm aware of it. I talked to Administrator Gale about that last one. There was a property that sold on Dale Ford, and before they sold the house, the house that sold is in the high extension through there. So that property owner, before they sold, negotiated with the county and sold a portion of land that would be used for private extension. So that's what that whole email's going around is. It's now, there were questions about who's going to maintain that land now that it's not owned by the homeowner. The county is saying no.
They'll mow it 4 times a year or something like that. Okay. So that's taken care of. I mean, there were other issues that sound like came up, drainage and things like that, but that's,
Drainage.
part of the zoning, we need to address that.
There's concerns about that driveway possibly being used as a trail.
Which I'm very much so supportive for a safety issue. But I do think that we could help make that, because as I understand it, all the neighbors on Dale Ford support that, except for that one gentleman. And so I think if we can help make,
That I don't know.
that's what I've heard. So if we can make him do buffer or something like that to make that less, I think he was mainly concerned about the property line and potential, breaches of this property line. So I think if when the time comes, we deal with that through the zoning or, addressing that specific concern. But other neighbors have approached me wanting that to be a trail, so.
And at this point, the county hasn't put a plan together for the
Right.
rest of that land, so there's really no information to pass along.
Right. Okay, got it, thank you. Anything else for zoning report? We have zoning director cell phone. Is there
He
anything?
does have a cell phone, he has a laptop this morning.
Make sure that gets an inventory.
Thank you.
They did have a new desk for him that they got put together,
Great.
I think on Friday.
Oh, that's
It was
wonderful.
in there when he started today.
That's great. That's good to hear.
Can we get one this time that doesn't come through a spam?
Like Amy's? Yeah, I know, we're trying to fix that.
Okay, so cell phone.
Cause I wasn't
Thanks for
answering.
welcoming him. That sounds all great. That brings us to the BZA alternate application. Did you want to make this recommendation?
Yes.
Yeah, I know when you get the packet out of track, then it can be a little bit this.
Do we need a motion on the phone?
No,
Okay.
that was taken care of before.
I make a motion to appoint Stephen Anderson as a BZA alternate.
Start date.
Start date effective immediately.
Second. Moved by trustee Sutton, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion?
Is there an ending on that?
Yeah, there should be a term ending on it. I don't think it's on the application, but,
And what's the date
the term dates.
for the term?
I do not have a term.
You would find that in we would find that in the organizational meeting. We would find who he is replacing.
He's replacing
Quinn Hoffman.
Yes.
Okay. So let me bring up the organizational meeting. Rescind the motion.
Doesn't the alternates all expire at the same time?
They all should expire. Was he the alternate, right? So they should expire 12/31.
The
Yeah.
appointment is an alternate, yes.
Okay. Let me just confirm.
When his term expires December 31st.
Yeah, okay. So friendly amendment to have the term set to expire as an alternate of 12/31. 28. Did you say 28?
Mm-hmm.
So the alternates for BZC are 2 years? It doesn't matter. If that's what we have, that's what we have.
You said Quinn Hoffman,
Yeah.
Quinn Hoffman on ARB?
That's Quinn for BZA.
Oh, there's a different Quinn, hold on.
Yeah.
Find the other
Two
Quinn.
Quinn.
No, 12/31/26.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying.
Friendly amendment to the motion of set term to expire 12/31/2026. Yeah, so, all right, we have a motion moved by trustee Sutton, seconded by trustee Bullard. Further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Rayo?
Yes. Excellent. Anything else for zoning?
Okay, now it's a good time for a short break.
Okay, but we're so close.
Hold on.
All right. Short break without objection. This will give me a chance to get out ahead of the signatures, though.
Yeah, there's a couple that I need just your signature on. We need
Oh,
just-
okay. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
was a very productive.
That's all I need.
break.
Don't need that.
I'll need it back to put in for the packet.
And we are back online. This next takes us to Parks and Trails update. Anything for that? I believe they didn't meet, right?
They met, but didn't have a quorum. so
Not
they
for
did-
quorum, okay. All right. Trustee items, stove on gov deals.
Not yet. Do we need a motion
Yeah,
or?
Do we have to have a vote? I didn't know, I just,
I think we have to have a motion to put them on gov deals, yes. We removed them from inventory already, or no?
no, they're not.
Okay, so we should remove them from inventory and place them on gov deals. Yes, that is a motion we should bring forward. And I think you guys sent me the,
It would be from Bob.
okay. Move to remove the, quote, older Sunray electric stove range model and serial number included in email from Bob Amato on 5/7, as well as the GE electric stove range self-cleaning oven with no identification tag from inventory, and post them on GovDeals.
So, second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
That brings us to the mosquito and tick surveillance and control. We had that email, it was asked to be added. I don't know that they need our approval to run these, but we can certainly give it. And we can authorize, I'm happy to be authorized to communicate that the board approved this to I think it was Lisa Stanler in the county. So is that fine? Or did we want Bob to potentially send it, since they were gonna be doing some stuff within the township too?
I would, the health department would do it, right?
Yeah. I mean, Bob has the some licensing stuff, so he might wanna connect with them on this specifically.
But on the mosquito spraying, I don't think the two are really, but okay. That's fine.
Whatever, it
I
doesn't.
can get it talking about but the health department tests, and whenever they find so many mosquitoes, then they'll spray.
Why don't I do this? I'll authorize myself and then I'll connect Bob with them so that there's just that connection. Move to approve the Delaware Public Health District to prepare and begin surveillance and control activities throughout Berlin Township related to mosquito and tick control, and authorize Trustee Rail to communicate with the county and connect them with the roads and facilities.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Okay, and the residents can opt out of that program if they want to. And what they have to do is call the health department, give them their address, and then the truck goes by, spray, and what they do is they come to the address, they stop at the property line, and then it goes to the next one, and then they start. So it stops it, but it doesn't really stop it.
So we may ask for for them to provide a write-up of the opt-out for residents, and then have Bob coordinate with that, and then maybe just post on our site.
And then we can stick it on the
Yeah.
website.
Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, IT transition and requests. Just want to confirm, I think everyone has access to their email. It does seem that there were a few different glitches with sending emails, receiving emails. I have not heard anything in the last week about that, so I'm gonna assume that we are resolved. Though, I guess the one item that I wasn't sure if we called anybody on was the Parks and Trails Committee, just to confirm. So, but what we can do is we can just have Pat check in once he starts with folks, and that could be a nice way of introducing himself and connecting with different people. And just
I sent an email to the group last week or the week before.
yeah,
ARB was on it, so.
what Parks and Trails wasn't.
Sorry, Parks and Trails, yes,
They were. Well, the issue is that they couldn't access their email. So like the email that Aubrey had sent, they never saw it because their email had been disconnected. And there was like a gap of 2 weeks that they were provided notice, but since they only meet once a month, they weren't checking it regularly, you know.
Cindy, I asked Cindy to call all of them. She did a call.
Trails? Okay, awesome. And that seems squared away to me. Thank you for taking care of that.
Right in that same time frame, when does the student start?
Next Monday.
Pardon?
Monday.
Monday? So we need to have him or her set up to be able to start.
Have a laptop.
Who's supervising her or him?
Lisa.
You're taking care of it? Okay. So
are you able to make certain they get a computer?
Yeah, I've already got,
or use it working. Yeah.
So we were gonna use, we had a spare. Well, he's gonna use Aubrey's while we try to figure out where all the other.
Sounds great.
Yeah, I was just wondering where it was.
Yep.
The one was track of.
Well, and like we didn't have a laptop ordered, it looked like for Jacob, and I saw you put that one through, so thank you for doing that too. And we'll get it all squared away with the IT stuff moving forward. Communication plan for boards, committees, and staff. I'll move that over to the 11th because that was I wanted this added like basically in the absence of having an administrator, what we're gonna do. And I used to send like after every trustee a little thing to the BZC. It's my understanding that BZC hasn't received anything in quite a while, and so I think it would be great for.
I did email them last one.
I mean, over the course of the last year. So I stopped doing it in March.
No.
Okay, and then last month after the trustee meeting, email them? Or whatever?
Something last month.
Okay. Well, I think it'd be great for the administrator to be sending those kinds of things, and makes sense to me. And that way they can kind of stay connected too. And of course, if you wanted to send the summary as well, but you know, with that report that he provides already, I think he could keep that connection going by doing maybe a post trustee meeting or you know whatever cadence we all decide as a board. But I do want there to be something going out from the meeting we have as a board to these entities so that they can stay connected on welcomes, departures, transitions, major items concerning them. And it seemed like Pat already has a lot of that stuff and that experience, so he can just keep that going. Roads has representation here, fire has representation here, so I'm less worried about them getting that trickle down communication.
Is Jacob going to be invited to attend these then, you think?
He's certainly invited. The question is really should we expect that of roads and of zoning?
I asked him to come to next month's meeting.
For sure.
I thought it'd be good for everybody at a meeting here. But yeah, whether it's needed all the time in the future, maybe it just depends on how many issues are.
Well, and I think too, we may want to get to that same point with roads as well. If we have Pat giving a report out for zoning and roads, maybe Bob comes, you know, if needed, if there's something that you want to have him talk about, but otherwise it seems like Pat could also represent those areas as well.
Yeah, we can take him or whenever for a couple hours here and there around the township, show him things and also teach him a lot about what goes on in the township.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds great.
Just how it goes together.
I'm very excited for
especially
that.
When the administrator comes on board.
Great. All right, that brings us to the final item, G8. So we will recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to 121 G8, economic development.
Can you revise that to 121.22G8?
Oh my gosh.
Who's attending?
With everyone currently present attending. Thank you for the friendly amendment, 121.22G8. Moved by Chair, seconded by Trustee Bowler. Discussion. Please go roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Move to return to, regular session to executive session. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Okay, we did meet in executive session. No decisions were made and no actions were taken. That said, that we are concluded with our main agenda. Any old business to address? Any future meetings?
Oh, we have okay. Future meetings, we got a emergency meeting Thursday. That's the only one I've got so far.
I have a meeting the first week of June for DCTA Legislative Committee. Some hot topics include the sign policy and data center discussion.
And we don't have any.
Okay. You have any meetings?
Just a regional planning commission meeting.
Yeah.
We got the May 30th holiday coming up.
Mm-hmm. Good. Late items. I had one late item. We received a resignation letter this afternoon, so wanted to bring that up at this time. Move to accept the resignation letter of Cynthia Ward effective May 22nd and declare the position vacant.
And can we declare it vacant?
Yeah.
Okay. Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
With reluctance, yes.
And move to appropriate $300 and
You've already got it appropriated.
okay, move to authorize Amy Trimble Burton to post for the zoning secretary position.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Okay, and that was my only late item. Did you have any late items?
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Second, moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by the chair. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Sutton?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Yes. We are adjourned. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.